welcome in. Today we're gonna finally get around to playing Pikmin 3, which has been a very long time coming, to be honest. One minute, why is that? There we go. But welcome in, Breadbug. Diaz on top's been, I think I put there a stream or two ago. It was mainly because I got rid of the fairy, because the little fairy thing kept bugging me, because it kept, every time it says like a message I wrote, because it's on my left side, and I can't see from my left side, so I just see a flashing light there, and it messes me up so much. But yeah, Breadbug wanted to know what games we've got, and after annoyingly switch back and forth quickly. Yeah, it doesn't work anymore, Breadbug. It got yeeted. There's more though. I think I added them all. Completely erased for now. There may eventually be a different stream pet, as I was having a look at some, and there's a potential I could get an Urza. Welcome in, Dan. And yes, there's the shiny race as well, from 23rd to the 30th of October, and whoever wins does get a copy of Scarlet or Violet, whichever one they choose. But the rules are in the Discord. But yes, we've got Breadbug, the Minish Cap, Legend of Zelda Minish Cap. These are all games I've downloaded, are ones I wanted to stream, or still want to stream. But there's the Minish Cap, Zelda Game Boy Advance game, Phantom Hourglass DS game, Legend of Zelda Spirit Tracks, another DS game, and probably like one of my favourite Zelda games. I love the music when you're in the train and just riding around in your train, whatever you call it, whatever you do in a train. Wind Waker. But I think I have Wind Waker I thought I had Wind Waker as a physical, but apparently not. I did get all 3 Pokemon Ranger games, but we figured out when I attempted to stream them that doing the movement, the rings to like capture your Pokemon, kept dislocating my shoulder, and it had me out of commission for a very long time. So unfortunately, the Ranger games are games I'm not going to be able to play, which is annoying. Welcome in, Singing Unicorn. How are you doing today? And Dan. Let me do a couple of shouts as well at the Singing Unicorn. Yay, Pikmin 3. Yup, I have never played Pikmin 3 yet. It's one I've been wanting to play for a little while, but I kind of haven't played. Like, I've never completed Pikmin 1 or 2. I played them both a bit, but a friend stopped me from playing them because I kind of just got obsessed with throwing the Pikmin in the water because I love the screams. Hence why Breadbugs is like one of the best sound things that's out there. So new, good thanks, how's you? I am dead. Getting used to the winter weather without actually feeling the cold is weird. Because my body just is dodgy at the moment, but I'll get used to it. Good thanks, gonna send you a card off to grade. Gonna send a card. Ooh, what card you sending off for grading, Dan? It best not be a bloody sphere. Thanks, so you're welcome, Singing Unicorn, and you'll love it. I'm assuming I will. I do love games for, like, Pikmin in general. It's just I wasn't allowed to play for so long, so it's been eons since I played them. But yeah, after the Ranger game, it's a sphere. Hisuian's Zorok store promo. Ooh. I do like the Hisuian Zorok variant. Although, to be honest, I love the original as well. But I do love that Zorok, the Hisuian one, gets a purple shiny. You got gatekeep. Basically, because I know within one day, it was a friend's save, so I see why. And I murdered 300 Pikmin. Because I did it, like, I saw him play it a little bit, then I played it. He had, like, tons of Pikmin in his, like, little onion chip things. And I saw him walking through water with Pikmin, so I thought, oh, that's fine. So I ordered, like, all my red Pikmin to walk in water, and they all died. Because I didn't realise that the 3 different colours actually meant that they had different stats and could do different things. And I got obsessed with the Pikmin Scream a little bit too much and just sat there throwing Pikmin one by one to the deaths. Did you use his safer? I did use his safer. Because he was like, why don't you give it a go? And wasn't clever enough to give me a fresh save. So in my defense, he shouldn't have been like... He shouldn't have let me have it. Monster. It was fun though, like just hearing the screams every now and then. But anyway, after Pokemon Ranger games, we do have the Golden Sun games. We've done all of Golden Sun 1. I'm planning it on... Oh, anyways, come here. Golden Sun 2 will be played either November or December. I'm thinking most likely December. I'm getting distracted way too much. Because a little munchkin has come along to say hello. You don't be nosy. I'm gonna have to sit you down. There you go. And then we've also got the Metroid games. I think I tried one Metroid game in the past. I didn't get on with it. And that is it. Then the Mario Kart one that came with the console, and Use Your Words, which is a really fun game that I think I can play with you lot as well. I think it's a game I can play with chat. I'm sure we've done it before. Unless I did it in Discord, I can't remember. And then everything else is just on disc. I don't remember what games I've got on disc, but I've got a few. Right, I'm gonna load up Pikmin. Let me stop the music so we can listen to the game music. Because it's a Nintendo game. Nintendo usually are pretty good at music. Use Spot Pass. Okay. Oh no, wait. Oh. Okay.
Galactic date 20XX.
Get a little movie.
At the far reaches of space lies a planet on the brink of ruin. The planet's name? Kopai. Due to a booming population, booming appetites, and a basic lack of planning, Kopai's inhabitants have all but exhausted their food.
Pause that so I could read. Do you think you could one day play Splatoon 1? Server's still up and I actually was able to get into it. Oh, nice. I might. One day I could do like... At some point do a Splatoon 1, then Splatoon 2, then Splatoon 3 all in like one day or something. Like 2 hours of 1, 2 hours of 2, then 2 hours of 3. If that makes any sense. I thought he was going to say the story. I'll do the story at some point too, probably.
Their only hope is to find another planet with edible matter. Accordingly, they send unmanned scout vessels called Sparrows out into space. To their dismay, the search is proving fruitless. Just as they're about to give up, the final vessel reports back with news of a miraculous discovery.
Next year in March. Oh, we'll have time for it probably over Christmas Eve time, I think.
Planet, which they named PNF 404. Kopai's last hope rests on 3 intrepid explorers.
Wait, does not have like Oliver and is it Louis?
At last, the the explorer's 279,000 light-year voyage nears its end. But as they initiate the landing sequence,
okay.
something goes horribly wrong.
It's very dramatic. Where's my phone on vibrate? No vibrate. Only silent. Pikmin for it, like 3 hours in. Okay. I don't even know how long the game is. I did have it scheduled to play today, Tuesday, and Thursday. What happened? Okay. Yellow Pikmin! Wait, do we play as all 3 of them or just one then? And where am I? Alright, PNF 404. This is Charlie speaking. Do you copy? I repeat, this is Charlie, your captain. Come in. Or if you're separate for a while. Okay. I'm sure it eventually plays all 3 together. No one's responding. I'm assuming you start off. As you start off of each one, they'll all end up only having one type of Pikmin, and then when they're all together, you'll have all 3. That's what I'm assuming will happen. I seem to have come out unscathed, but I'm not sure about the rest of my crew. For now, my immediate concern is to locate my 2 other crew members. Look at the Pikmin. Yeah, what's that? I don't know. Can I whistle? Can't whistle yet. Did it show some cutscenes? Wait, did it? Does it? Oh, fuck. This is gonna be fun then. I do like the Pikmin though. They do look really cool. I want an Urza Pikmin as well, emote. But I don't know whether to get a standard one or an animated one. Because if I have the animated one, depending on how many frames it could fit in, could potentially have the leaf turn into a bud, into a... what's it called? Into the flower. It did its way smaller than TV vote. Oh, that's shit. That's really shit. I should have probably get... I'll eventually get the Switch one knowing me. Alright. Oh, it seems to have wandered into a strange neighbourhood. No, I've seemed to wander... words. They came towards me. Slide on the thing to move pointer. Wait, what? Oh, fuck. Oh god, so I've got to... Oh, I don't like using the touchscreen. Okay. So I can just eat them. Touch... Oh, that's like... Right. That's in a mega awkward place. You could have it drown in water because you... In my defense, their scream is amazing, and you can't say anything since your sound command is literally a Pikmin dying, and you asked for that. We don't seem to be hostile, so let me get this straight. While touching the gamepad, I can aim around and set them up with L, tap them for blah blah blah. Fine, yeah, that's fine. Wish there could be sound emotes. Oh, you can make... Oh, I didn't realise you could make it... Okay. Well, you can't technically have sound emotes, but you could have... I could set up an emote where if the emote is put in chat, it can automatically play sounds. Like, you could do that with, like, any emote, even the Twitch normal ones. Right. Yeet. Yeet the Pikmin. the thing that I use for Urzabot literally does everything. So if I say it's like, if a certain emote's played, it will play a certain sound. So that's how you do most of your commands anyway. No? Okay, so we can't go from... Eat them. Need rock. Oh, are they the... They're new to this one, aren't they? So the second one had the purple, really fat, chunky purple ones. And the white ones. I think this one has... Is it rock and fairy ones? I just love them running after you. Yeah, was there any other ones that was added in this one, or just them two? I did probably choose the worst of the games though. Because out of them all, I know this is the only one that doesn't contain bread bugs. Actually, give me 1 second. Get rid of that, add that. That's a bit of giant bread bug, but we can have a little bread bug. We can have a little bread bug in the corner. There we go, we've got a little bread bug in the corner. No, but in Deluxe you can play with white and purples. Ah, that's pretty cool. It's a miracle I'm alive and still I seem to all be in one piece. Holy shit. Well, the fact that you're on stream, Breadbug. Alf. Alf? Is that... Sounds like I pronounced it. Just as the SS Drake was about to land, we lost control and had to make an emergency escape. I got separated from the other 2 team members in the commotion. Nope, the other 2 are safe. I need to find them and the SS Drake too. What does, I'm assuming he gets blue? He'd get blue Pikmin. Oh no, it's just red. Never mind. What was that? Dum, dum, dum. What the fuck is that? It's a creature I just saw now. Looks like it's got friends. Oh, it's the shit. What's that thing caught up on the branch? Eat them to it. You look on. If it gets entries on enemies, there is the bread bug family with the dwarf. Blubboards, I think. What are they? I don't know many of the enemy names of. I've saw most enemies in Pikmin, just not the names of them. But I know the actual bread bug enemy itself isn't in this game, which is slightly annoying. Oh! I do like the normal enemies. Stuff little red guy seemed pretty happy now I've freed it. Sure that is just their shape. If that was any in there. Okay. Oh, it's going to do the whole pick them up. Oh no. Oh, it's building a bridge. I thought it was going to yeet them inside the... what's it called? The ship thing. That one. Words. My cot pad. I think, thank goodness I found it. I can use it to locate the SS Drake. Should change where Breadbug is. So to see how many Pikmin. Oh yeah, I didn't see that. Sorry. Let me make you a little bit bigger. A little bit bigger. Like that big. I have a huge Breadbug. Make it that big and then move it across. There we go. They're moving all that still anyway, so it'll be a little while before I can get across. You could say you need more helpers, but there's no one around. Although, the flowers give us one each. Give us one seed. I believe that's how it works. Yay! Got a bridge. The bridge is complete. Oh, I'm gonna need them back. Oh wait, is there another one up there? There is. There's only one more I could grab. I love how you literally just yeet mini things around. Look at the wheat. Oh, great. Oh, you get a map. Oh, that's really annoying. Great, it still works. Would recommend getting DLC, but it's not really much. Oh yeah, I don't think it's great anyway these days. The Wii U store's closed down, hasn't it? Activate the radar application. Can't even read text. I'll activate the radar application from the COD pad screen and check my surroundings. I should touch a weird symbol. Oh, it didn't even give me time. Where's the Drake? Should follow that signal. Oh, okay. Maybe the other two crew members of Air as well are best head in that direction. This is slightly annoying that it does that. Alright. 1, 2. Yeet us. That. No, wait. Yeet. Oh, that failed. Ooh. It's a weird maggot. I'll definitely have to get the Switch one at some point. Cheer grub. I'm sure that's what they're called. I'm gonna have to pick them, aren't I? Pluck. Yay! I never would have guessed the red Pikmin. So this is where those little creatures come from. What a strange thing. Not exactly strange, just wrong in general. There we go. I'm not fond of the controls. Not ever any name. I should not be so proud. You should be proud. That is a thing you should be very proud of. Ah, fuck. Oh, okay. Oops. No, fuck. Ah. There we go. Mayo shoe bugs are green. You do know a lot about these games, Breadbug. I'm kind of not surprised since your name is Breadbug. Like, you've literally chosen the enemy of the game to be your name. This game is basically just child labour. They'll be here eventually. No else to do. I may as well just start picking. Oh, plucking. Yeah, plucking. Many hours later. I think of swarm sugars, the actual progress of purple. Ah. Still, you know more than anyone else I know about Pikmin. Then again, I don't know. I'm assuming Derpstew's like fond of Pikmin. But I'm not sure like anyone else like who I know that plays it. Oh, it's throw them on top. Oh wait, no, I'm too close. Oh no, it's not throw them on top, it's push. Oh, okay. I thought I had to throw 20 on top and they'd squish it. I can't believe I said. Oh no, how dare you get facts wrong about Pikmin. Oh, what's that? Something's in here? Wait, what? I love how they're still just pushing it like 5 miles away. Like someone's left data file here. Perhaps the copad will be able to read it. Oh, for God's sake. The onions is like... Oh, wait. Right, we missed what it said because my hand spasms. I'm just going to skip the rest now because I kind of don't know. Oh, let's just jump down. Right. It's strange now. I wonder who created this data file. Could there be other intelligent life forms on this? I won't really call yourself intelligent, but okay. What I do miss is I'm sure in the original ones you could use the C-stick to control where your Pikmin went. So like you could make them all go in front of you, but now you can't. Enemy info will be an option at the bottom with others. There's Pikminology and controls so far. Oh, we get a camera. Look at the Pikmin. You can in 3D. I'm gonna have to get the Switch version. Look at all them eyes. That one. They kind of remind me of like Lemon Grab from Adventure Time. At first person drown. Oh, why did I take a picture of a floor? I don't mind. I honestly don't want to do that. There we go. I could do a first person drowning simulator. Miiverse has been down forever, hasn't it? Weren't it the... Was that the thing that was on the DS? 3DSs as well? Those are no, so don't look edible. Yep. Ah. Oh look, a wall of sand? That just looks wrong. Its legs. Ugh, look at its legs. I suppose I could give it some help. army of leaf headbutters. Slightly entertained by just looking at them through first person. Especially because, like, you see them as small things, but they're the same size as your character pretty much. But I didn't realise that the legs, like, go all weird like that and just look wrong. Here it is, the SS Drake. The cockpit isn't picking up any signals of life in the immediate area. What am I supposed to do now? Incoming call. Who's it from? Oh, for God's sake. Alf, it's me, Brittany. Brittany? Brittany? Is it Brittany? I don't know. It gets more interesting when you have an army full of different types because they have different idol anime. Ooh, that's going to be even better then. Do copy. I'm assuming Brittany. It's Brittany, bitch. Thank goodness you're with the SS Drake, right? No. Made it through the landing in one piece. Thing is, I'm trapped somewhere. What a shame. And she's starving. I know, been cut off. I wonder how far Brittany is away. How far away Brittany is. That one. Words. In any case, I'm glad that she seems to be safe and sound. And the strange carrot, I'm assuming he's hungry as well. Is everyone just hungry? Oh no, predators, never mind. Sun is setting, which could mean that nocturnal predators are starting to wake up. I should probably get off the planet's surface for now. Yeah, just abandon your friends. Oh, I love how he literally just does that. It's like, oh no, my friends are in danger. Let's just make sure we're safe. We'll just fly away. And just hope for the best. I do like how we get the onions still. But I'm sure they didn't have rockets on them before. I'm sure in one... I know in at least one they didn't have that on. This shows some enemies walking. Ooh, that's cool. Most of the supplies we brought with us from Kopai were ruined in the crash landing. Pardon me. So now we've only got 3 days worth of edible provisions left. From tomorrow I'll have to work on sourcing food locally. Just saying. Pikmin all. Pikmin should be edible, right? I'm sure you could make like the vegetable kind of life. Living onions. Here we are, shipwrecked. Now we'll never get all the planet's fare. Here we are, shipwrecked. Now we will never get all of the planet's food. I'm not sure, I don't know. That doesn't sound right to me. I made it back to the SS Drake with the help of some strange creatures called Pikmin. But the cosmic drive key was nowhere to be found. Luckily I was able to contact Brittany and we'll head out to meet up with her tomorrow. When I took off in the ship, the Pikmin's onion followed along. Odd but amazing. I feel like 2 has the best sponsorship in most... Wait, what sponsorship? Like, out of them all, I will say, from what I remember, like, playing 1 and 2, because I didn't complete them, played them a little bit. 2 was amazing. 1 was good as well. But I'm not sure on like this one yet. So far it's just weird and annoying that you use like half cutscenes are divided between screens, which is annoying. You collect 7-up caps and Duracell batteries. Oh, I remember that. I love like. Can't you find like cans and stuff as well? Brittany's signal seems to be coming from over there. Right now, meeting up with her has got to be my top priority. And said that I'm quite worried about the loss of our cosmic drive key. Without it, Drake can't reach high enough speeds to get us home. Well, we don't kind of need to get home at the moment. Yeah, we've got a flying onion. We've got some juice. Apparently we've got 2 juice. We'll be right. Brittany should be around here somewhere. Running out of food, so I better find her before it's too late. It looks like the onion has followed me here. So where are the Pikmin? Well, they're inside, obviously. Yum. I know by heart that the bread bug stage has you collect an inner tube. What's an inner tube? I see that onion is a vessel for. Wait, that onion vessel is a Pikmin nest. Oh, for God's sake! No, I can't be asked to. Out now, shut up. There you go. Right, we kind of don't need to know Pikmin info. Get off. Right. But one can go over there. Is that glass? They're not doing anything to that. Sent on Discord. Okie dokie. Does that mean? What? I am confused. Then there. I was like, are you just sending me a picture of people in a swimming pool because you can, or? I was extreme confusion. Wait. Oh, it's one of them. Oh fuck. Oh, no one died. Well, that died. Oh wait, oh, I almost yeeted that into the water then. Oh no! Oh no, drowning Pikmin, what a shame! Dwarf blood, my beloved. I need to blow my whistle with L to call Pikmin back on land. Maybe I don't want to. No. Oh no, it died. Shame. In my defense, I wanted to see how fast they die in water. I think it sounds like a reasonable excuse to me. Come on. Murdered a wall. Murdered a wall faster. So one there. Ooh, another weird thing. Yeah, we're not bothered about that. Okay. It kind of just told us how to do what we're doing anyway. Oh no, no. Did I get them all? I think that got them all. Oh, I left that behind. Bastard. There we go. Block and block. Oh, I don't like this. I keep trying to use the touchpad for camera control. Can sneak up on it. Fire away! Yay, we murdered it. But then, was the enemy like that? It should be red enemy in a bubble. Each capture says different things. Let me... apps. We've got the Pikminology. No? No, not yet. We don't have... Oh, wait, that could be it. No, that's just hiding places. Ooh, the yellow Pikmin thing. Because they're somehow immune to electric. So I'm assuming we'll get the enemy log at some point soon. We probably haven't seen enough enemies for it to, like, try to give it us yet. So not yet, after you get them... You get them in your ship? What do you mean? Right, wait. Do you get them... So we get them at some point, basically, is what I don't understand, but yeah. So we've got that wall, we can only go that way. So that, yeah. Yeah, with enemies. Remember that, don't it give you some more seedlings? So we've got all 43. What's down here? Oh, not down, up. Oh, there we go. Brittany's just lying there. I hope I'm not too late. Oh no, Brittany's dead. Oh, shame. Pick up, Brittany. Pick up. Please be okay. No, don't pick up. Oh, she's alive. Bollocks. Sorry about that. I was just taking a little nap. So you're close by? Rage? Rage the fact that she's still alive. We shall rage for that. Why wasn't I moving, you ask? Well, you know me. I can sleep anywhere. Lazy bitch. Never mind that. Listen, I discovered what looks like a huge piece of fruit. It's over there. Oh, it's just... Oh, never mind. But I'm kind of stuck here for the time being. Could you go and check it out for me? Wait, so where? Oh, I can't see shit. Oh, it's a strawberry. It's even bigger than I thought it would be. This really is fruit, then it's a major discovery. I'd like to analyse it at the Drake, but how can I move it? I don't know. How have we moved every other thing we owned so far? How many does it need? 3. You can have one more. What else is there around? Oh, there's a cave. We can't do it much here by the looks, then it's all... Oh wait, that's a rock onion thing, isn't it? Ooh. The fruit juice thing seems make the whole game... Oh, joys. So inside that thing? Oh yeah, there is a rock Pikmin. Ooh, wait, yeah, I survived. And we got rock Pikmin, which means I'm assuming we throw them at the glass walls to break. Are these creatures Pikmin too? They're giving me a funny look. They don't have mouths. Looks so good when there are multiple colours of fruity. They're really packing a punch. Do we have to watch them? Like, wonder if I can help? Probably. Oh wait, we can. We can whistle. There we go. Fruit. Ah. Oh, it's all tentacly. Sphonium was trapped inside that crystal. Does it have 2 types of Pikmin there? Should make a note of how to switch between them. Oh, for God's sake, we're gonna have to press L without touching the... Okay, that'll be... I'll be right. I'm sure I'll understand it. Pick this up just because it's going to install something. Rock Pikmin, blah blah blah, we're fine. Right, so. Now? Oh, do we have to act? We've actually got to keep throwing them at it to break up. Oh, the fruit. Fruit, I forgot about that. We stay there for a while, then they merge into one so you don't have to go back and forth where to collect them. I am confusion. I mean, I'm always confusion, but I am even more confusion. Alright, we recovered a plant. So a strawberry. Entirely a strawberry. Sunseed berry is strawberry. Did it give us 1 day of food? Later, I can't type on that. Okay. Sea bearing fruit making cultivation possible. Juice from this fruit is safe for consumption by crew members. It only counts as 1, so we're going to have to keep collecting them. It's going to do another installation. Dum, dum, dum. I don't know much about plants at all. I'll ask Brittany to write reports later, since she is the botanist. Yeah, botanist. Yeah, that one. There we go. So, just need to get as many of these as we can. Right now. So free to break one of them. No, oh, for fuck's sake. I thought it was a shiny one then, but never mind. It's not a shiny one. Right, so we want one of them on them. Well, I'll just pluck all of these. So 21 stone. Do you have a Pikmin are at the onion? And I'm sure if they're at the onion, they automatically get returned at the end of day. That one. It does work. Yay. Alright, we're skipping this because I'm not bothered about the Wii U pad stuff. So what do we have? I'm assuming we've got to make a bridge to get across there. We should probably save L Bitchface. No, we can throw team members. That sounds about right. They can eat people as well as everyone else. Put down. Few can't tell you how happy I am to get out of this place. I'm fed up sleeping rough. I'm super hungry. What's with your entourage there? What's that you say? They're called Pikmin. They're cute. But we don't have time for cuteness right now. Look over there, Alf. A lemon. Let's work together and nab that huge piece of fruit. Alright, here we go. Okay, that's oh. I get it now, and then we swap. Okay, so we're just yeeting everyone around to eat. It's kind of confusing, but yeah, I understand it. There we go, and that will be him. She follows as well? Yep, she follows as well. That's even better. No, that's the wrong thing. No, oh, I just murdered a Pikmin. Stuff it, we're murdering whatever we can. If we murder stuff, we murder stuff. And what's up here? Ooh. You also have to wait. Oh, so we do. Ooh. Was it in? Is it in Pikmin 1? Didn't Oliver have his health bar above his head? Wait, did they just go all the way back over? No. Come this way. Oh, for God's sake. Apparently they're not very war-friendly. Oh, one's got a bud already. I think. I'm gonna say, because I don't remember it being very obvious, like, where his health bar was. But I mean, I think it was obvious. Someone will be saying soon. Stray Pikmin will undoubtedly face attacks from nocturnal predators. Okay. That's the exact same as before then, basically. Except last time, I don't think you got a, like, AoE field that showed you. I'm missing 3. Where the fuck am I missing 3? Oh, they're on the way. These 3. Oh, they're all getting stuck on bloody walls. This is why I like the GameCube one, because you could use the camera stick to make them like all go to your left or in front of you. Camera was to speed up. That's a good point. That's a very obvious thing that apparently I'm too dumb to realise and remember. Alright. Oh no, I'm just gonna eat them all. So they're out the way. I know the purple one's with me. Do the fruit at the fruit automatically get added to the total at the end of the day? Oh, we could go that way next day. Yeah, awesome. I wasn't sure because I was like, first time we got through, it actually did it instantly. Now it's not. Got to wait for countdown. There we go. Now I'm assuming all the onions will now be at base, because well, in the other ones they used to anyway. You should have sent. Alright, put them into that one. But it said that so long as the ones that are with me automatically get sent. I'm not sure. I need to stop spinning. New chair, so it's fun to spin, but awkwardness of new chair because headphone mic keeps getting stuck. Okay. So the onion just... No, that's weird. I kind of liked the whole having an army of onions flying around with you. Face wrinkler. Gets... Get all the squeaks. Welcome in, Splatoon player. And it is not a lemon, unfortunately. Apparently it's now been dubbed a face wrinkler. How are you doing, Splatoon player? That's one. Oh, wait. Face wrinkler. No. Still don't like how that's not called a strawberry. Doing good? Nice. You got much planned for your weekend? So that was 2 days of food too. Rude. Making us have a smaller portion. Well, won't be ever in the hero mode to unlock. It won't be every level in the hero mode to unlock the alternate. Makes more sense now. It's very confusing at first. What happens if we run out of food? Do we just get like game over or something? Back on the board, we ran some word on a piece of fruit we retrieved and found it suitable for copite consumption. There got to be more where that came from. Reuniting with Brittany, finding fruit. It's still early days, but things look to be taking turn for the better. Yeah, words. Death? What, is that your weekend plans? Death? Essentially, what after alternate is... Think about champion road level from... I don't play Mario. I don't like Mario. The only Mario game I usually play is Smash Bros. Technically. When there's fruit left. No fruit. Okay, so we just die. Yes. See, it's 2-in-1 answer, you see. Death could be an answer for all. I really need to stop spinning around. On really hard level. They've never tasted fruit. There's got to be more where it came from. Let's focus our efforts on finding as much as we can. But don't forget the cosmic drive key. It's no use finding fruit if we can't get back home. Well, yeah, I could just live here now. Alright, gather food and locating the cosmic key drive. That should be more than enough to keep us busy. And don't forget the captain. We need to rescue him as well. Captain? Oh yeah, he almost slipped my mind. Well, I guess I can pick him up along the way. Is that signal coming from over there? It has to be the captain. Let's hurry up and rescue. I don't want to. Good idea, he might be hogging all the fruit for himself. I love how she's just completely focused on food and that's about it. You're not for beating every level at least once and beat the story. I think I know which one it is because I was talking to Losa at one point about it and they were saying I want you to do it, or it's basically like a secret stage or something to the game. Don't know much about it. All I know is that once you've done everything, you unlock it, and it took them forever to do. That's all I know about it. I won't say much more on it because I know people haven't beat it yet. Can she hurt it? No. How come she makes Pikmin? She makes the Pikmin noise when you eat her. Okay, alright, we're just gonna rob them all. Because why not at this point? Alright. There's nothing else around here. I could accidentally on purposely murder some more Pikmin. So it depends what first touches it, Because they should have been rock ones, but they weren't. Go this way. Drowning first. Wait, can I kill people? Signal coming from somewhere. It must be the captain. Let's go there right away. Oh, that's not fun. Boo. Oh, fuck. Murder the frog. Wait, I just... throw rocks at them. We'll get some more rock ones, because why not? Ah, fuck. So rock ones do more damage. It makes more sense. Oh, let's... Yeah, what is that? Is that what they're called? Really? Wait. What the fuck? Oh! I thought that was some Pikmin then hiding. It looked like it was like two red Pikmin carrying around a leaf and trying to hide under. Yeah, I think that worked. I think that worked. Skirt leaf can easily kill in snow area. I'm assuming they hide pretty well in the snow area. Oh. I suppose you should get after the water since you can't die. There's no point in having her in the water constantly. What's that? There's a memo about this? Something, something, something. What the fuck are them? They look terrifying. Oh fuck. No you don't, you'll be right. See, she's fine. Come on you. The brown look like Cypher from Pokemon. Ah! We'll grab random shit. We can skip that. What's that? No, I would have never guessed that since it's given us stuff from what we've already done. Construct a bridge on the opposite side. Got to yeet the bitch over, I'm assuming. Yeet the bitch. There you go. Now shit tons of Pikmin. Should be enough Pikmin for her. Need them all to constantly be building stuff. Oh wait. Ah, you can only hold 100 Pikmin. Apparently once the surface population reaches 100, new Pikmin born inside. Ah, okay. That's fine. 100 Pikmin out at one time. That's fine. I'm happy with that. With some more. That the more. Oh fuck, we can't even reach this. Oh, it's 20 in there. That makes sense now. Assuming there's something up there, I could probably yeet. Get him over here. Yeet. Maybe, can you just walk over? No, we can't just walk over. Never mind. Oh, wait. You got these over there. I'm back in a bit, so you can go a moment without me saying random demands at enemy name. I honestly don't mind. I know I don't know tons about the game, so it's gonna take forever for me to get used to it. Ooh. Still seems like it's coming from past here. Get them all to attack the wall. Claim all of there. I think that's them all. They should be able to murder that pretty easily. Did I finish it? I did finish it. We'll go with him there, because I prefer him. He just talks about food constantly. Let's see what we can find. Maybe new Pikmin? It looks like there's a data file here too. They're everywhere. Blah 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 blah. Something or other. Okay, I think that's near Kopai. If I recall correctly, it's a planet populated by treasure-loving vegetable eaters. Did they come all this way to hunt for treasure? This Olimar fellow seems pretty devoted to his family. Olimar's slightly obsessed with his family, I think. Looks like someone or something dug this out. Got a nasty feeling about this, and then ooh, we get a boss thing. I'm assuming it's a boss. It might not be a boss, but I'm gonna say it's a boss. It's got like its own music and stuff. It's gonna be a boss. I'm doing shit at this. Oh wait. Oops. I should have claimed more rock ones. Rock. That rock. Oh, this is a nightmare. Oh, where was that? Soft on the inside. Yeah, that would require me to break it first. Which isn't going too great. There we go. Oh, wait. Oops. Metal-y. Wait, have I lost the rock one? Oh, this is right now. I'm never gonna, like, get the angle right on it. Oh, you can lock on. This isn't going too well. Oh, for God's sake, I'm getting yeeted. Don't know what's happening, can't see shit. Hey, I can't lock on anymore. Oh fuck, I didn't realise, oops. I wasn't paying attention to her. No, wait, now I've locked on. I wasn't supposed to lock on. Cancel lock on. Change to him. Oh, these controls are weird. Oh, you dick, not now. Oh. 3. We're only missing 1. There we go. Right, so we won't lose any Pikmin at least, even if I end up finishing the boss fight and still being in here. Alright, move out of the way. Don't. Oh. Oops. So we have been losing Pikmin. If we get caught in its mouth, they die. No, oh, you dick! I'm not like this. Back how's the boss? I hate it. I don't like these controls. They're too difficult to actually aim with. No, I can't aim with Wii U pad. Run away, his health stays the same. After the... Oh, that's good then. We don't lose a single Pikmin. All of them are with us or in the ship. So we could go back tomorrow. Finish the last bit off. I didn't pick them. Would they just still be there buried, like, the next day? No, keep skipping everything. No fruit collect. It's fine, we're right. Probably. I'm hoping so. Right, we're on our fruit diet now. We didn't lose that many. Just a face out of the window. We encountered some sort of gigantic centipede lying in wait to in a dim-lit cave. It said to a non-left untethered. That's good then. Dice from Red Pikmin seem to have no hope on getting through the monster's crystal exoskeleton. The mysterious signal it was coming from inside it, but why? I'm afraid that the only way to find out is by defeating this creature. Which we'll do tomorrow. Well, yeah, we'll do the next day. Because we should be ready to murder it pretty quickly. Exploration Day 4. We'll be ready. No, we don't have to build a bridge or out this time, so we should be alright. Go here, it's convenient when you want. Turn them to the onion. Oh, I didn't realise you can tell them to just return to the onion. Oh yeah, they're all... Oh, that's kind of useful. It normally took forever to like pluck everything. Now you've got another one. Like, she helps pluck as well. Right, 30, wait, 28 out of 8. How does that make sense? How's the 3 still on the field? I am confusion. Get more to help? I probably should. Wait. No, that way. We should have 69. Okay. I am very confused as to where the other ones are. Was it this way? It wasn't this way now. Was it this way? I'm sure. Was it? Yeah, it's this way. Choose radar. Does it? Oops. There's none on the map. What did I just eat? A rock one. Probably a gamepad. Oh, I was looking at the gamepad. I moved the map around and everything as well, but they just weren't there. So there's 3 somewhere, I just don't know where. Right, here we go. Yay! Look at how fast that boss got murdered. Hello, madam. Oh, great. A dragon fruit, I mean. Oh. Welcome in, Solly and Raiders. Oh, wait. No. Listen. You're supposed to put exclamation mark raid in your own chat, Solly. Not. But welcome in. How did your stream go? Me, SS at Arkham Fan. I'm assuming you forgot to copy the wrong message and you copied your read instead of the thing. It was good, played Overwatch and got a player of the game. Oh, nice. Are you enjoying Overwatch? 1 minute. We've got a Mardiaza. Let me spin the camera around. But who are you playing as at the moment, Sally? She's being a hoe. Hello. Oh, headphones keep falling out. Cow robot lady? Ash? Oh no, she didn't want to come here. I thought she might want to come here, but she didn't. She wants to run around like a boob. Oh, the tank! Is she a cat? I don't know what she is. I don't like the new Orisa. She used to have a shield and everything, and it's pretty good. Elsa, come here. You're a sweetie. Is that what you want? She's... Oh, yeah, then Orisa, yeah. Got an Elsa being a boob now. Come here. Oh. Good girl. I'm getting tangled by wires. I'm not used to having a chair that can spin on the spot. But how are you enjoying Overwatch, Sally? The piggy. Very much enjoying it. Awesome. Did you ever play Overwatch 1 or not? No, I haven't lost controller. Spinning chair. Better of a non-spinning chair. But I'm used to wheelchair. Wheelchair, I had just to put my brakes on so I wouldn't roll around randomly. But this is a pedestal chair and it's got a spinny base. And my headphone wire keeps getting caught on the corner of a desk. I played the first one as at the time it didn't appeal to me. I played the first one, but I also I played the first one, but it was when I could PC game more. But since my wrist got fucked up, I can't really PC game anymore unless I get one of them weird special controllers that costs like 106. Well, you basically plop your hand in it and it's got all the keys everywhere. But it's a nightmare. I think it's 180 or 60 quid or something like that. It's ridiculous. But I used to play it with friends, and then I stopped playing with friends for ages. And then I recently started to play with Medi as well. But seeing you, Medi, Huntress and Company play it, really lit that fire. And off, I think what controller? I think I know what controller. Oh yeah, it's weird. It's a dodgy ass controller. Guess for now we should take this back to the Drake for analysis. I think it might be of some use to us. What is she doing? See glowy eyes in the background. Right. So, we killed the bug, and for some reason we get a really old Nokia. Is it on your strap on your hand, the keys? Don't strap your hand in it, you can't... I'll get a picture of it up, it's gonna be easier to be honest. Fuck. Let me just send all these. I'll quickly do these. Oh, I thought I had to do that. I still love the fact you can just yeet the yeet Brittany. Deck parade going to ship pretty much. We should probably run back. To be honest, I could just... Can you out there? Yep, they're up in as well. Good. No. Can I eat her up there? I thought I could. No, we can't eat her over there. It's a bit annoying. Alright, we'll go back to the ship. I'm gonna have a quick look around for fruit as I'm doing it. Just in case. I don't think I've missed any fruit. To be honest, I could pick that up. It's not like anyone's with me that could drown at the moment. Right, let's get back to the ship. Ah, wasn't as far away as I thought it was. Right, let me get up a picture of this gamepad thing I was on about. Amazon. Receiving transmission from the Drake. Look at the game. Oh, for God's sake, I hate this. Analysis recovered item. Well, that does that. Yeah, right, left. I forgot it's good now. It's called a data glutton. To be honest, those do use shit tons of data. Left hand keyboard. I'm sure it's called a left hand keyboard. But very specific ones, because you can get ones that are like Razer do one that's just here we go. Let me save image. Desktop. Change to just chatting so I can quickly just put up. Here we go. It's one of them kind of things. You'd put your hand in it and you do that, because I can rest my hand like that, okay. But on a keyboard, because my hands have to be straight, well, I can't straighten my left hand all the time, basically. Because my left hand is just fucked. And if I do try to keep it open and straight and everything, like to use a keyboard, then it pops out all the time. But yeah, one of them is, it's got 29 programmable keys. And it's got the joystick, so it's really useful. It is 195 quid and 33 quid delivery. So it's not really cheap. Let me delete that now. Don't need that on. It looks complicated for me, a working hand individual. For my right hand, it looks complicated as fuck. For my left hand, it feels like it'd be a lifesaver because I can't. My left hand's just fucked. It's not the greatest of hands. Like, I can't feel my right hand because I can't feel the right hand of my body. Right side of my body. But the left side is mega weak and just, like, dislocates and pops out and everything. If not cheap, but I suppose if it's needed, then it's worth the price, I guess. It could be, but I'd rather try one out first, because I feel like if I don't want to spend that amount of money, because that's 200 quid. Like, I could get a Switch pretty much for that price sometimes. Like, depends when they're on offer. But I could get another Switch if I really wanted to for that price. So it's like, do I risk spending that much for a cam PC game and then not get on with it? Or, like, I don't know if to try, like, see if PC World has any out that I could just try. Because if I could try it and I get on with it, then it's perfect. If not, it seemed like a waste. No. What was that? Something happened, not sure what. I wasn't fully paying attention to that. Something. I love how you can just throw the woman, like... Oh. Can I throw her off a bridge? Yay! We can throw the woman off a bridge. Was that them all? No? Yeah? We didn't get a weird cutscene when we absorbed. We got the fruits loading up there. No, something's still on its way. Or stuck? Oh no, 93. I've lost something somewhere. Do the Pimpin have special? Yes, the Pimpin. We shall pimp them out. The rock ones seem to be very durable, and when you yeet them, they do kind of like a smash damage kind of thing. And red Pikmin are good fighters, but they're immune to fire as well, actually, red Pikmin. Blue can survive water, like live in water and everything. Yellow are immune to electric. Purple Pikmin aren't in this game, but purple Pikmin I think counted as, was it 5 or 10 Pikmin when they held something? It was like ridiculously strong. 10, and then not purple. I was on about purple. White, not white. I don't know what white ones do yet, but I think they're weaker. No. No, I do know what white ones are. The poison ones, sorry, from Pikmin 2. It's the pink ones that I'm not sure on yet. You having fun? There's his army crawling around the floor, being a boob. We've already gone that way. We've already gone that way. I don't know where these unoccupied 6 Pikmin are though that I've missed. Like, just casually misplaced them. Actually, yeah, you can go there. You'll take that back. Yeah. Oh, this is literally just a circle. Oh, what's wrong with her? May as well pluck these. Not gonna lie, I spend most of my afternoon watching the clips of hers on TikTok. She is a boob. Like, complete, total boob. Like, she's right next to me again there. Oh, wait, let me... You can see my drink. Elsa. Hello. Literally just sat watching me game. Pink Fairy can fly over everything to avoid conflict and shortcuts, but slower and can't fight as well. I suppose it makes sense to slower if I can fly over and just avoid everything. You're just staring. Hello. I'm gonna boop Snoop. Nose boop. Nose boop. Literally just staring at me. Oh, and I've just messed up the cam. How did I mess it up that badly? No. 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 Oh, fuck. I blame Sally. I'm blaming you, Sally. I've somehow fucked up the cam, so we're now diagonal. How did I manage that? Did I move it up a bit? No. Oh, I can actually tilt it. I didn't realise I can tilt it. I'll do. Intently staring at you. Does she get Pikmin? Oh no, she's not in chicken mood today. I offered her some earlier, she wasn't that bothered. Can you use to kill butterflies and other flying enemies? I suppose it would be a nightmare to actually hit enemies with them two normally. And I'm assuming I was just supposed to kill that boss. I don't think there's anything else to do today. It's fine, you can blame me. It's okay, Sally, I blame you a lot of the time. I blame everyone. If you breathe, it is their fault. You can't eat her up there, that's what I don't like. There's got to be something somewhere I can do. There's nothing here. I have no clue what I'm doing now. It might just be a whole end of day thing. Wait, this is... No, this is just a hollowed out cave, never mind. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, there's literally no else there. Right, where am I going? It is just get fruit and more Pikmin. Well, there's no fruit around. I think I've done all the Pikmin tree things. I'm just gonna end day. Oh no. To be honest, I didn't know where they were. I looked around and we couldn't see them anywhere. So it's their own fault for getting perished. Does it do what the other ones do? Do we fly off when we see them running? Yes, we do. We get to see them. And then look, they get murdered. This game is getting better. We still get to murder Pikmin. Yay, and Breadbug does the sound effect for us. That's fine. Solly, do you... I forgot words. Do you play Pokemon? That one. Words. Great, this. New fruit, hooray. I'm sure it's dragon fruit. Fire breathing feast. Definite dragon fruit. Does it squeak? Yeah, does this squelchy squelch? Not got any such. Ah, okay. Ooh, that gives off shit tons of like food. We've worked hard today, and now it's time for our reward. Oh no, I was checking if you had, well, if you had Sword, Shield, Diamond, or Pearl on the Switch for the shiny race. Because I think the person who's looking most forward to it is Copper at the moment. Nah, I'm a broke girl. Nah. I'm basically doing the shiny race. whoever wins gets a copy of the new games. We recovered the communications device that was inside the armoured Mordad. According to Alf, this device contains parts that may expand the Drake's communications range. We've never seen him so excited. He can't tear himself away from the thing. I'm more than happy to write today's report while Alf examines the device. Sometimes he can be so diligent. Family member just called, what did I miss? Nothing, like, we've got this. We had the dragon fruit and that was about it, Breadbook. The only one I have is Arceus. The one Switch game where you can get shinies in that I'm not having in the race because shinies are way too easy to come across in that game. Expiration day 5. I need to return to Arceus as well at some point. Continue the like horribleness of how many people keep dying. Oh yeah, I've got a shiny hunting set. Set up to find the picture on Discord. Ooh, nice. I know some people are doing DAs. Some people actually have plans for what they want to hunt as well. So it's going to be fun to see what people do. Good work, Alf. You've really expanded our receiver range. He's paid for grinder. I don't know what the plus thing is. He's paying for grinder, so he gets them extra people on the screen. There's an unknown signal coming from over there. A food type signal? Then what are we waiting for? I'm assuming you haven't read the Rose Bread book. It's only for Switch games? No? I was making sure. I was going to say, because someone was asking earlier, I was... who was it? Who was it? I can't remember who it was. Someone. Cloud, was it Cloud? Might have been Cloud. Yeah, Cloud. Yeah, someone asked me if they're allowed to use DS games. I was told them more than likely not, because one, if they've got... The prize is a Switch game, so they'd have to have a Switch to play it anyway. And the amount of people that use ROMs and stuff, I'd rather it be a fair race instead of some people might have like a hacked ROM or something that gives them shinies a bit easier. Right, no, I don't think that's it. I've got a feeling that this time the signal really is coming from the captain. Let's go and see. Ooh. So let's take a photo then. Oh, I've got a plan set up for... Because we did a shiny race in Flip's community before. It's a picture of... two pictures. Well, two screenshots on your Switch, which is the... trainer ID page and a screenshot of the summary page where it tells you what date it was caught and everything. Ouch, 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 my face. How far you get? I love how she got yeeted from the shit. Don't tell me we've been separated again. Ooh. So dark. Oh wait, yellow, yellow, yellow. Yellow Pikmin. May as well. I was going to pick them. Oh, they conduct electricity as well now. I didn't know if they did that before. I know if it was like immune to it. Okay, we get light bulb. I mean, you can still spin on. Still, just being on. I would. Anyhow, if I'm just exactly. So the way I'm. They need light to live. The ones that have like how I've got it set up at the minute should be able to do everything. Like any hunt is allowed. Well, any hunting method is allowed, should I say. Just no dupes from the same line. Also, I do actually have a ROM hack cartridge. I have modded a lot of games and stuff as well, and like I modded Flip's games for when he did his, and also for randomizers. There's so many ways you could do it with DS games and everything, so I wanted to make it a bit more practical, and then replaces Pokemon with Candy Vet. That's just weird. Oh, yellow Pikmin can be thrown at you. That's pretty cool. But then there's also the thing that some people noticed that I also had like already thought about as well, which is because I've already put the date of it, what happens if people forward their Switch system? Can I walk from now or get electrocuted? What happens if people forward their dates on their Switch early to try and get the shinies, and then just say they've got loads in one day when they haven't? I'm on the day before, like, well, not day before, well, technically the day before, a couple of hours before the race starts, I'll post a year for everyone to change the Switch date to, so then we know it's like actually on that day, if that makes sense. Okay, I need one more. Oh, hot spring. Follow this through and well, I wanted to make it fair for everyone, because I don't want people to be like, have known about it for a while and like got ahead or like that. Because then it's not exactly fair, is it? I want everyone to have a like equal opportunity for it all. I put a lot of thought into move. Oh. Huh? Okay. I am the confusion. Oh no, we do have 20 now. No, it's because we've got the same colour. Makes sense now. There we go. But then, because it's like fair on everyone, no one can think that like anyone else had an unfair advantage because they've known about it longer and had time to hunt beforehand. The normal dates will be the same. It's just a year that we're changing. No one knows what year 2 yet. I haven't told anyone. And I don't intend to. I'm planning on posting it about half an hour before the event starts. And then, because I can keep it updated and stuff pretty easily, I'm going to... Because I'll be streaming on the 30th, which will lead over to the 31st, because I stream roughly like 10 PM till after midnight. I'll be able to announce the winner on that same stream as well. And then I can talk to them, figure out what they want, how they want it, if they want it digital or physical, then get it sent to them. I'm over here. Look at the Wii U. Oh, I don't like looking at it. Ah, Brittany, thank goodness you're okay. Not really. Oh, fuck.
Feed me.
I shall do that now.
Feed me.
As a... Come here then. Come here then. Let me... You just see the ears. I've got to get them out first. Dum dum. Wait, hey, yeah, the cam is like slightly off still. I'm facing it the wrong way. That doesn't help. Oof. Does he sound like a pig? Full on piggy vibes. Thanks for the treat, Sally. Whoosh. Give him nose boop. Give him nose boop. Whoosh, good girl. What sort of sweets? At the moment, she has some Pikmin and duck flavoured things. She's also got some cheese and, I think it's cheese and bacon ones. There's one that's lamb. She's got a lot. She has a whole pantry, so it's kind of hard to name them all. She has a lot. I order them in boxes. Let me grab this box that I keep right next to the desk just for streaming. I order the... Wait. Do you still have the ears? I think she's got a few of them ears left. I usually give her one every couple of weeks or so because they are pretty fatty and stuff for her. But yeah, I order them through bulk like this. Like loads of packs. This came with 8 packs in. This is solely just for streaming. That stays right next to my setup in case I run out of like sweets while I'm streaming. Then I can just grab another packet. I think this is the 3rd box I've gone through so far this year, not including the other ones that she's had as well. Right. I see you're on the other side of a river. The game's very quiet. Our first priority is to reunite with you, so let's... Yeah. Oh, there we go. There's game music. I wondered what happened there. The place is absolutely freezing. If we stay here too long, I'm afraid we're going to die of exposure. What a shame. As if we don't die of starvation for... Oh, for God's sake, she's always hungry. Oh. Oh, fuck. No. No. Yes. Murder. I know from her birthday she had a cake instantly. I don't remember what else she's had. It says that she has a lot of stuff. She also has dance sticks as well that she has every day. Look at her there. Casually chilling there. Coke. Ah, fuck. Wasn't expecting that. I'm assuming I could. Do Pikmin dive? Oh, okay. Never mind, I thought I could... Wait. Never mind. I thought I was gonna, like, have to get them to pick up the ball and use it. Many hours later. Many hours later. God's sake, it's taking forever just for one. Unless I've got to throw boulders. Let's get 20. Ooh, what's that? Here we go.
あ、リンリンポン。肉大好き。
There we go, and then back to her. Here we go. And I'm assuming the boulder ones might be able to break the wall. Oh, actually, no. There'd be the boulder ones to break this. God damn it. No. Oh wait, no. Yeah, what are you doing? Ah, I get it now. Murder these and then we can push that down. Because it's a heavy ball, it should hopefully work, maybe? Oh fuck, you bitch. Oh. Yeah, like that. Yeah, it'll be fine. One murder. So close. There we go. We've murdered. Oh wait now. What is this? They can come out. No! No, it just got 8. Fuck, it's eating more. Oh, we just like lost 3. No, oh, it just ate 3 at once. Oh, this isn't going well. We'll blame Solly again. Can I not? Ooh, that was close. No, oh, you dick. Right, so we're going to need to go pick up more. I'm assuming this amount might do. Look, Tom, blog. Why bonk me? I'm innocent of all crimes. No matter what anyone may say. Ooh. Fruit. Oh. No. Oh, they're just going to slide back down. So yellow ones do that. No. There. Okay. This has just been a nightmare now. Let me... Yeah, not about that. It's they're doing their auto task now. Right, yeah. That just looks wrong. Okay, so I'm even more confused now. I should probably look at the map. Oh, there's a wall there. So that's for getting through that one. What's this way? This is... Gonna need blue ones to that way. That way is dead end. It's a stick. I think we can climb up there. Oh, careful, Elsa. That's there. I'm not trapped, am I? Oh no, where are you going? Going somewhere. Oh, these are still stuck here. Oh, actually, no. Keep doing this. Then do I keep going this way? Do I jump down? Yeah, there we go. They avoid everything there, that's good. I'm assuming the other ones have already done all theirs. Shit. No. Ray. Rentamon. I'm not going to be able to do that until I've done everything else. Only got 2 of them, so it's pretty pointless at the moment. Oh. No, that's fine. Oh no, we've got to whistle still. How many of these are free? Done to... They're coming back? Yeah, they're coming back. It's fine. Get the cherry. I can't yet. I need to finish the bridge, don't I? Yeah, I can't. I need to finish the bridge. I wasn't able to take it back because the bridge isn't full yet for finish. That one words. This is this half done, I believe. We can end day. And then the next day I'll focus on Alf's way. We can skip that, skip that. Skip that. Oh wait, I forgot hers is not even there. There you go. We collected nothing. Yay! We should be right. I mean, after a while I can just do food hunts, I'm assuming. Followed the captain's signal to a desolate tundra. Visibility was terrible and I must have messed up somehow because the auto-eject kicked in and threw Brittany overboard. Searching for her in these blizzard-like conditions won't be easy, but I was at least able to verify that she's alive. She's safe. Sorry, I'm not alive. No, she is alive. Words. My strong suit. Exploration day 6, sadly. Sadly what? Oh, that she's still alive. Well, I'm sure she eats more food than anyone else. That crash was his fault anyway. There's work to be done. First I need to reunite Brittany, then we can look for the captain. I love how just one of the screenshots of this area is the captain just like lying on the floor, practically dead. Made food over back there. Okie doke, Breadbug. I shall see you later. Enjoy your nums. There we go. Oh, it's Brittany. Morning, Alf. I started out to camp here. It seemed safe enough, though, with no beasts around. However, I'm getting pretty hungry. Wait, it's 10:22 for you? Yes, it is 10:22 for me. How did you know? So let's find a way to get together as soon as possible. Well, ASAP. Right. Call Pikmin. We'll have 20 of each, I think. 20, there we go. Like, I'm more nocturnal than daytime person, so that's probably, like, I normally start at 10 PM, my streams, but on weekends I'm trying to do it a little bit earlier. So I got a dual card of legit my phone to see any pictures. Ah, yeah. All UK is... Yeah, all of UK should be... I'm sure UK all has the same time zone. Probably does. We're not exactly a big country. Oh. Welcome in, Nathan. Oh, fuck. Oh, we're getting eaten. Nathan comes in and everyone's getting wrecked. How are you doing today, Nathan? Let me do game. So what's in here? Oh, it's just a shortcut back to base. Are you good, thank you? I'm good, thank you. How are you spending your weekend? Are you going to PAX this weekend, or is that just, or are you skipping it? I know a lot of people seem to be going. Oh, I've got to say, these can be eaten. Can I eat more of that? And how be the dreaded work? Oh no, we're fine, we're fine. Pluck, 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 and pluck. Right, so through here. What have we got? We've got a rock one. That should do. What is that? I want that. Yeah, I went Friday and Saturday, got very drunk yesterday. I couldn't tell at all from your TikTok, Nathan. What is this? I'm not sure if this eat. Does this kill them? What's it do? Why does it give him 2 leaves? Ooh, I'm interested now. I have Monday and Tuesday off, thank God. Oh, that's good then. Fuck, delete that one. Oh fuck, it turns them all. Oh God, this isn't going well. I was very confused because I was like, you started it and then you was like 2 minutes. I was just pissing myself over it. Right. Murder that one and murder that one. One needs to pick that up. 3. 3. Oh fuck, why are Pikmin dying? Don't go that way. Oh fuck. No. Oh, I'm tapping L, that's fine. No. How do I have to kill this? Oh, just gotta... Weak on the back. You got much plans apart from just resting now for the weekend? Oh, I can't believe I killed some Pikmin. Oh no, we've got a... Pretty much got free range now to get back. Hello. Ooh. Let me get it there. I need yellow ones to get that. Constantly keep throwing down to. No. I can go this way. Oh fuck. Nope. So maybe I can help by whistling. Yeah, no plans. Good. Is PAX over now then? I suppose it is Sunday there now for you. That's probably why. No. Come on. Come on. Yay, there we go. We murdered the fat bastard. So what's this way? Oh, more of these. Done for one day? Ah. You only stand a couple of days of it. Shit. Great to see so many people. Well, I'm assuming you saw Flip and... oh, fuck. Flip, Evie, and everyone else. What's that? Oh, bollocks. I'm not even aiming. There we go. I need 7 for that. Yes, hang out on your state. Awesome. Must be weird, because I know, like, you all live in the same country, but it's a massive country. And you never really see each other that often. Right, so we've got shortcuts set. All these are just being lazy bastards. Pluck, 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 pluck. Alright. 2 out of 3 over there. 1 can go there. These are just done now, being lazy. Everything else is fine. Eat some rock ones to break this. It's fine. By the way, Jankler, would you like to put out a cut of alcohol? Ooh. Yes. I shall be in the cult. I know you, on mine, in my cult thing that I have, Solly, you murdered, Mad Cat and Sterling. They're damn capable of killing. I don't know, you could be a good killer, you never know. Oh, Nathan, you was in our Cult of the Lamb. You slightly got murdered. You died of old age. We had a mission to recruit an elderly person, and we called it Nathan. And it died way too fast. There we go. No, wait, you. Oh, you prick. Come here. There we go. No. Jumping over. Induction to cutting out. Woo. Everyone loves being in a cult. Alright. I'm gonna put the Pikmin away. Oh, I'm gonna actually pluck all these first. I want everything to return to normal so I can figure out where I'm going from here. We only got one fruit, which is slightly annoying, but it's better than nothing. All and all again. There's 26 left. Oh, we've got one with out. Where didn't these pricks go? Go away. 19, that's... I think 19 is how much she's got with her. Yeah, 19. So we just need to... that'll be fine. I'm sure there's another cherry around here as well. There's a snowman somewhere. Where's the snowman? It's up there, isn't it? Yeah. Oh fuck. Not even. Eh? There we go. 18, 19, that's them all. And get them to start breaking down this wall now for the next day. So I'm assuming that the onion now merges. It makes sense if more onions merge. So I doubt it's going to give us like 3 onions like it used to. Did you get any souvenirs or from PAX, Nathan? Close that, close that, close that. Well, any merch or out, should I say? Welcome in, William. How are you doing today? No one's getting left behind, so that's at least good. Fine. Awesome. You got much planned for your weekend? I don't think there's much else around here. I know there's like buried stuff, but that's not like fruit or out. Nothing too important. Which I should be okay just left. No? Just a chill weekend then. Just the boys pin. Some of the crew got graded Pokemon cards. Ooh. Not surprised. Some of them are very obsessed with Pokemon cards. Ooh. Welcome in Moogle and Raiders. I'm Jankler Gaming, UK variety streamer. Currently attempting Pikmin 1 for the first time. Going weird. Pikmin 3, sorry. For the first time. It's going weird. But how did... Wait, I can't even spell. How did stream go, Moogo? Playing Devour? What's Devour? For those of you that don't follow Moogle, Moogle is also a variety UK streamer. And if you put LUL and also put use your channel points to redeem I don't know his name, is it Tidius? Final Fantasy X character laugh at the same time, you can make it sound really dodgy, because that's what I do all the time. That's good, thank you, I jumped a lot. Ooh. Horror game, I'm assuming then. Never heard of it. I'm gonna Google. Devour. Game. It's a horror game I recommend with friends. I am like full on coward. Everything makes me jump. Co-op game by the... Oh, it's cultist thing. Okay. It does look creepy. I'll probably shit myself trying to play that. We get all the squelchiness of fruit. For our sunseed berry. Nope, I don't know if I actually filled it up or not. I don't know how far it's going to go. Cupid's Grenade. That's what cherries are apparently called. But how's your weekend going, Mugo? Hello. Not bad, thank you. Awesome. We've had an Urza mainly sat on my wheelchair next to me staring at me. But now she's like in her bed. Well, say bed, she's on the beanbag in the background. Urza, dress up, sweetie. Dress sweetie. Come on then. I gives a sweet so she can come see you all. Ooh. Come here then. Oh. There we go. And then we can move this one. Dum. The little piggy Urza. Who's that? Nose boop. Nose boop. But yeah, she be slowly taking over my stream setup. She keeps claiming my chair when I'm not in it. She has own command and most of my emote slots at Urza. You got much planned for the rest of your weekend, Mugo? There's a takeover when? Well, as you'll see, she's also my bot. I'll get that picture up that I posted yesterday. I'm trying to find out where it's gone. Got it. Here we go. Save image. Desktop. Now just gaming and chilling. Ooh, that's gaming and chilling is good though for a weekend plan. Right, here we go. Oh god, it's loud. Not loud, big. Ignore the portraits at the minute. There we go. Urza has become streamer. She is taking over everything, slowly, but surely. You're on the screen. You are. Yeah, she's either there, or when I'm in this chair, she is often... Let's see there. I can delete that. Oh, why does it have to do them absolutely massive? You'll eventually get to see it when I've done shrinking it down tons, because it keeps doing them to the full size. Here we go. Or she's right next to me staring at me because I'm streaming and she's sat in my wheelchair. She's generally always in one of my chairs, claiming them. We finally managed to get a bridge built between the ship's landing spot and the opposite shore. I wonder if the yellow Pikmin that Brittany discovered have any unique characteristics beside their big ears. We'll have to observe them closely. Bless. She's a nightmare. Like, she's an assistance dog, so she literally goes everywhere. Keeps me alive and everything. But is glued to me constantly. We, a lot of the time, have... Like, pretty much anything happens and she's there. Sorry, after raid and run. But as long as she drank a bit. Headache, mini sleep. Oh, thank you again for the raid, Mugo. And I hope you had a good... Well, you seem to enjoy your stream. Might have scared the shit out of you. But at least you had fun. And for those of you who aren't, make sure you follow Musical Moogle. Which I always pronounce wrong because I always think it's Magical Moogle, but it's not, it's Musical Moogle. But go drop Moogle a follow. They do good content that I usually lurk or just kind of bug with random noises. Because I am a kind person. We never found each other that first time, even without the help of the Pikmin. Once we've completed our mission here, we shall throw a party for the Pikmin to thank them. You sleep well, Mugo. Pikmin party. Ooh, that would be cool. We've got 5 days of food left. We should be alright for now. Oh, I wasn't paying attention if onions merged. I think they did. I think the yellow one is now part of the rock and red one. Yeah, it is. It's just going to turn into a like weird ass rainbow, isn't it? Right, call Pikmin. 20. 20 and 20 again. This is where we just broke through. And there's probably something around somewhere, surely. Oh no, this is where we got the... Okay. There's bridge parts up there, sorry, that we broke. And took down. We've already been across there, so I'm assuming it's across this bridge now. Oh wait, no, I need the... Oh fuck, this isn't... This is not going well, because I'm accidentally murdering them all. Seven. Right, we'll do the twig. How many do I need up there? I believe I can throw yellow ones up there. If I aim properly. Oh no, I can throw them all up there. No! I can't climb up there, can I? No. Only Pikmin can, so that's a bad idea. There we go. No? Okay, so that doesn't work. I thought I had to move them, but apparently not. Oh, what's that? Is that a lightsaber? Oh, it's a flute! Close enough to a lightsaber. Get back to a Drake to analyze words. Run. Losing 2 isn't so bad compared to what we could lose. That's an acceptable loss. Oh fuck. What's happening with him? There we go. Oh. Oh, that was the item that over there quickly.
Great job.
Transmission from the Drake. Analyzing recovered item. Dodge whistle. Well, dodge whistly. There's an additional part which adds dodge feature to a regular whistle. Ooh. Oh, it's even got an instruction manual. Okay, that's fine. Left or right to make a Pikmin roll. Dodge roll? Okay, so we can dodge roll. That's pretty cool. I don't think you've ever been able to dodge roll before in Pikmin. You might be able to, but no clue if you could. Wait, have I lost some Pikmin already? I've got 69. Have I lost 2? Oh, it's the 2 that's buried. Make sure they're actually all coming across. Can I jump down? I can't get down. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Forget. Oh, there's grapes up there too. There's got to be a way down there. Well, technically up there. Because we can get down here. There's an orange there. Great there. So we've got to get 2 there from this side. So we need to find a way up there. This is confusing. So way up there. I don't know what this is. They're over there. Yeah? No, no. I thought they was building something, but they're not. Rock Pikmin stuff there. I am completely confused. They're out on the map. No, stop trying to murder them. No, oh fuck. No, not did. Oh. Oh, we can actually. Well, that makes life easier. We do need to go that way. Oh wait, no, wait. No, no. Play more of these. There we go, we haven't missed one. Apps. Apps. So we go all the way up there. Around there. To there. think if we go there, we should be able to throw Pikmin to knock down the wall and get some fruit at the same time. Potentially. Could be wrong. More than likely wrong. But I could be right. Because now we've got, like, her here as well. I should be able to eat her over there. I'm sure that's how it works. I love the screams. She can have that up there. Oh no. Eat her over there. Then... They should be able to take that back. I'm sure we only need 20 for that, it makes sense. Yeah. So, run. Oh no, no, don't throw. I can hear them struggling. Oh. Can I push it? Yes, there we go. Knocks the wall down. Just a cave. Assuming there's something hidden there. There more than likely is. Actually, throw him over there. To that. That 63 should be enough for a new cave. Don't go in there. These should be alright. One more there. And then we need yellow ones. Exactly 20, which is good. Oh no, 10. So nice and fluffy.
Get your pro juice!
Thanks to hydrate, Sally. Right, so we did that one. Can we break this? No. I wasn't expecting that sound. Ah yeah, I've added sounds to most things these days. Cause I be the weird. No, no, we can skip this. There we go. Why will 16? $16 seems a bit too much to be losing. Fuck it's these bastards.
お飲む肉大好き
Only one. We'll lose one if we die. Well, at the end of the day, we'll lose one Pikmin. It's not so bad. Perfectly fine.
飲む肉大好き
Ooh. Oh, it's the sap. I forgot about the sap. Yeah, sap powers them up all the way. Well, nectar. So we'll lose one. Oh fuck, I fell. There's no point. Even if I throw them all up in there in time, because they're not with me, well, not following me, they'll get yeeted. Well, they'll die. So I might as well wait till the next day, then do it. Let's get there. We need to come back anyway, because there's all them planted Pikmin. New fruit called Velvety Dream Drop. Mango, I believe. I'm assuming that's one full. One full. Does it affect any more, or is it just one? Oh, go gradually. She's got 5 fruit types. What else is out there? Probably loads. Citrus lump, so orange. I'm assuming that's just one as well. Oh no. One and most of another one. That's great. We should be fine. We've still got 5 days of food left, which I think is decent. We did only lose one Pikmin. I don't know where it went, how we got lost, or what. Oh, we did get to where the captain was as well. So we're doing pretty good, I think, on exploration wise. And I've just realised something. I could throw the bitch over the fence and then throw people across. Yeah, I can get everywhere. I can get everywhere I thought I couldn't get. I'm just apparently not clever enough to realise it at the time. Come on, keep hooking them all. Right, so 20, 20, and 20. There we go. 60 now. No, it was here. I wanted to see if I can eat her. Can't eat her over there. So I'm assuming though, if I go around here. You can eat her there. Murder it! Murder it! Then... Oh, terrible aim in this. Oi, stop eating them. There we go. Oh, I threw some of them completely wrong direction. One, two, three. Right, 3 for that one. What goes up here? Five of them. One can have that, then you can eat the entire. What was that? Wasn't that the grape? Grapes? No? Weeper. Oh, the cherry thing. Weirdness of plant. Ultra spicy berry. High proportion of essence of ultra spice detected. Unsuitable for crew. Oh. Yeah. You can still collect it, see what it's like for everyone else. Keep eating. Fine. There's them there as well. Right, so that's fine. Oh, we have picked up that. How many do we need for this? Oh, each one takes one individually. That's pretty cool. Now, what happens if I throw one onto there? Grapes. Yep, we've got grapes. They take one grape at a time. Which is slightly weird. I like how they pick them as well. Right, can they... Oh yeah, there's... Oh, wait. Shit. Did all of them die? Please don't tell me they all died. Yeah? No, they got them all back. Thank God for that. Wait, where have I've misplaced 5 somewhere. No, I haven't. Just 2. Although, knowing me, they're probably somewhere really stupid and obvious. Probably. Let me just run up here and check. Yep, 2 there. And up here. There we go, all 74s with us. Now where do I need to go? Forgot where that cave was. I think it was over here. Yeah, that's fine. I'll let some purples take it back. No, not purples, yellows, colours. Right, in here is where we need to go. We're 3 down, which is correct. Oh fuck, I forgot about this. It's fine, I've already done everything there. Do I go this way? Which is the cave. It would make sense to go this way. Because the other way is just more exploring of the map. Welcome back, Breadbug. How was your noms today? Right, so there is... no, we don't want you, we don't want you, we want you to... Wait. Why can they go up there? Made nachos? Ooh. Ah, nachos in forever. Oh. Assuming that's the next boss. Then happen? Not really. We haven't got the captain back yet. Yes, that's why. No. No, stop rolling. We got some grapes. It's my new Twitter Halloween banner. Wait, what's your new Twitter Halloween banner? Your nachos? There we go. So that's M6 gone. I'll quickly grab this over here and then head back to grab them because no doubt they... Wait, what was that? I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry, it had something to do with a boss. Can you fast travel to the camp or not? No. No. Nope. So I'm assuming that is boss way. There we go. There's got to be something around here. Oh, eggs. I'm just gonna eat everything. I know most of them are fully of, like... There we go. Like, one didn't make it by hand. Oh, fuck no, no. How do you dismiss? Okay, or just do what you want yourselves. Five should do. You could. But you could also, like, stop moaning. These are, oh, fuck's sake, why ever die in there? $35? Oh, fuck. Come on, you're all on it. Dig faster, bitches. No, no one is. Sue? Fat Sue? Floaty Sue? Hey, what's this? Looks really familiar somehow. Whatever it is, let's get back to Drake and analyze it. Let's head back. Where the fuck are these 54 that I'm missing? This way. Oh, some might have died in here, to be honest. There's only 20 that's missing now, and 20... Oh, fuck. No. Why is 40 now missing? What? Oh, I'm gonna lose 40. This isn't going well. Oops. Okay, so we might have lost a lot of Pikmin. I don't know how we lost them. All the Pikmin there. I take no responsibility for that. It's probably all of them just going back for the grapes that I eat. Makes more sense that way. Dawn pustules. So 1.5. So 3, 4. I think 4.5 extra food drinks from today, potentially. Maybe. I think. I don't know. I'll assume it's that much. No. Yeah, no, I don't know. Knowing this is waiting at the end of the day makes it all worthwhile. Split with you. Told you, she's completely 100% like bothered about the food, and that's it. We actually have a little bit of juice buffer. Wait, what's that mean? I can't believe I lost like shit tons of Pikmin now. We're hot on the trail of a captain signal when we encountered a second monstrous creature. It was too dark to get a good look. I believe it may be the key to the captain's whereabouts. I don't think it's too far away. Doesn't help I keep collecting stuff. Exploration day 9. Go to Tundra again. We'll eventually probably finish the Tundra. Hopefully. I'm hoping we do. Oh. Claim 10. We've got quite a lot of these. So it was this way that I needed to go. That's why that wasn't fully back either. Did I just eat one over there? That'll do. And the other one I believe was just through this door. No? Dead enemies just might not like respawn. Ooh. Covering, let's see what we got. Analyzing recovered item. It's got to be a suit or something. Anti-electrifier. These undergarments make any spacesuit electricity resistant. Come to think of it, I think they had these optional extras in the spacesuit suit shop on Kopai. No, it's even got an instruction manual with it. I put it in the exploration file. French, you getting zapped. Wow, that's such like manual. Much wow. Right, we'll go through here. And then I believe we did everything this way. I'm going to go back down just to check. But I don't think there was anywhere else. Oh wait, there's like more mountains. I'm assuming there's nothing there. No. That's a blue 5 and a red 1. That's fine. I'll actually... Five of them on there, that they can do that. I'm not 100% fussed on the red one. It's not like we need any more reds at the moment. And we can head towards the weird boss thing. Did I just drop some? I did. And straight across. Try not to lose anyone.
Captain.
Oh, what the fuck is that? So cool. Oh, do I have to get near the line? No? Oh, this is gonna take forever. And now attack it. Get a head off. For the nose, but have a lovely stream and enjoy Pikmin. Thanks, Sally, and thank you again for the raid. And for those of you who aren't following Sally, go drop in a follow, as I believe you're still on your way. You're on push to affiliate, aren't you, at the moment? But he is a variety streamer from the UK as well. Yeah, so close to affiliate. Hopefully you'll get it soon. Welcome in as well, Copper. How are you doing today? I can't even spell. Copper S-O. I'm back and very pissed off. What's happened? Who do we need to murder? Where the fuck's the flying thing gone? What's that? I don't trust it. Did pretty good. Had a great sleep. Awesome, Copper. That's good. Oh wait, here we go. How do I? Electric. There's light over here. Can I get it to come over here? I don't think I can bribe it. Phone died while I was charging it. Ah. Oh fuck. Here we go. That can bugger it off. Quick. Where's it go? Quick. Murder it. Did I get the ball? I think I got the ball. It went from 3 to 2 already, fuck. You don't have your brightness on max, right, do you? Early up? Ah. Hopefully it's just not your phone dying, like in general. Oops. Ooh. Yeah. Eat everything. Oop. When I came in, it was my own chat, and I was like, no, I'll join off it about wide streaming. And see others talking. Oh, it will. Oh fuck no, not a shot day. It does that randomly copy. It's because when stream ends, it automatically puts it into sub and emote only chat. So when you open the tab, it might just be because it was opened before, and it just automatically says that. Oh yeah, Breadbug was first in, and oh fuck, it's said it right at the beginning, and it's not been in emote chat, like emote only at all, really. Right, so we need to break this now. And then build the ladder. Well, not ladder. I know why it's called. Words. Oh, welcome in, Darkstar. Thank you for the sub. How are you doing today, Darkstar? Oh wait, look at the game. Oh wait, what did I press? I pressed something. Okay, I've done something wrong. I don't know what I've done. It's not the TV mode. Oh, there we go. You press minus. Aha, I have figured it out. How's your weekend going, Dark? Bridge is here. Can we make it? We can't make it across still. Oh, that's why I need to eat stuff over there. Oh, I'm losing Pikmin. At 1% now. Bye, Breadbug. I hope it worked. Like your phone doesn't keep dying. I can't see shit. Not bad. Just went to my best. Otherwise, been alright. Awesome. Did you play some board games? I know you do like your board games. How are you getting on? I am okay. My body's trying to like hibernate in the winter, I think. Because I'm like sleeping a lot more. Barely getting out of bed. Like yesterday, OBS was being a dick. Day before, so that's sorted that out. Yesterday I ended up getting up. I think I was up for like 3 hours. I was like, nah, back to bed. I joined when I set 10. Okie dokes, Breadbug. Just food and movies today. Ooh, what movie did you watch? And what food did you have? So we need to know all the noms. You. Right. Oh no, wrong button. There we go. Yeah. Oh, there's still like one left. Oh fuck, no. Bollocks. Halloween 3. I've never watched any of the Halloween movies. Mainly because me be the coward. Oh, you bitch. Get up there. Eat everyone up there. No. 9. Do you have any yellows? Or have I murdered them all? Up there, that's where they are.
对，不用去都不是巴萨的不是。
Oh, there we go. 10. There we go. This boss is a nightmare. I think that's them all. You got much planned for your weekend, Dark, or is it a chill day? Chilled weekend? I'm gonna have to turn some rocks, I think. Shit. Just trying to keep it chill. Awesome. You got any gaming planned or out? No. How rude. Gaming is life. Come on, pluck. Super pluck. Pluck everything. Seven should be enough to finish it off. I'm sure it's at 14 anyway. Yeah. Fuck. There we go. All done. Eat everything. Eat everything again. I think it'll take a few hits. Oh no, never mind. I've got an opening again. Again. Oh fuck. We'll have to come back here for next day. We're only going to lose one Pikmin. So it's not so bad. We lose one, but the boss takes one more hit tomorrow. And then we should win it. Are you travelling anywhere for work for the next, foreseeable future? Dark, or are you working from home? No, yeah, we kind of didn't get out today. We kind of did really shit. drink. 8 days of food left. So it's not like we really have to go out our way to hunt uns at the moment. London next week. After that, working from home. Then after, either Nottingham or Peterborough. Ooh. Ooh. Been able to juice the fruit on this planet to provide us with daily rations. It has been quite effective in furnishing us with the necessary nutrients, as well as putting a smile on our faces. We don't know yet how abundant the supply is, but clearly we need to collect as much of it as we can. Well, not really. She's just obsessed with her food. So, lots of travelling then. We're at dark, here, there, and everywhere. Day 10. Very much so. Do you enjoy travelling there? If you enjoy travelling, then it's good, I suppose. Yeah, I do. That's good then. I suppose you do get to see, like, pretty much everyone, roughly. Like, you can meet up with friends and stuff, because if you're travelling around for work, then at least you, like, have a kind of, like, reason to go see people. Right, so we want 20, 20, and... No. I'm really bad at this whole trying to use a joystick. I don't know why. There we go. We're set. Alright, we need to go across the bridge. Left. Wait, can't I just... I can get him to auto walk. I can be lazy. I did copper, yeah. Nathan's already deleted it. He came in chat earlier. I was talking to him about it. Oh, that actually has a shortcut over. I didn't realise that. But yeah, it's because packs and everything, copper. Just loads of people be going there and drinking and seeing each other and everything. I'm sure he's... I don't know about the head wound. I don't know what he did, but I'm sure he'd be right. Come on. I do like the auto walk feature. Makes it so much easier. There we go. Nope. Think about deleting Picker and Omega Ruby saving from good in it. It's my actual name. Is there anything of interest? I'm assuming that's going to be interest. Yeah. Oh, for Captain. Though unharmed, I apologise for my stench. The inside of a monster's belly is no flower garden. It's been in there for days. But it's a good friend. I know, Copper. Interest is level 99 Zubat. Its name is a slur I got from one.
Oh, Captain.
So we got the captain back. Yeah, we can't reach it. We already know that. We've kind of already said all of this. And we found a data file inside the monster's belly. Appears to be some kind of key. Is it the key to a treasure chest perhaps, or could it be some kind of ignition key? Whatever the case, I think it would make a perfect souvenir for my son back on that place. Holland. I must say, it seems like we might not be the only intelligent life forms on this planet. The object that this person says he's picked up must be the SS Drake's cosmic drive key. Well, it doesn't have to be. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 11. 11's fine. Right, let me have a... Oh. Quick look around. Doesn't seem to... Oh, I'm doing it now. Beating it and shining it. Ooh. It is a great game. Can't really go wrong with it. Wait, so there's 2 entrants. I didn't realise there's 2 exits for this place. We've never been this way. I'm assuming this is just a shortcut back to the entrance. Get it moving a bit faster. Everyone. I have 2 copies of Sapphire as well. Ooh, no, I need to get some copies of that. I've been having a look at DS's with capture cards as well. Because I could potentially get one for pricey. But I feel like it could be a good investment to stream DS games. Oh, this is going terrible. All 3DS Pokemon games are great. They are. Stop murdering Pikmin. Wait, why am I even playing as you? Oh fuck. No. There we go. Oh fuck, there's more. Really bad at aiming things. Don't have Sun and Moon. Oh, I don't. Their ones I don't want. No, just never got on with Sun, Moon, and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Pluck. Oh wait, I should probably. Oh, you only have to press it once and it auto does them all. There we go. That's that one done. The Sun Moon gave us some good Pokemon, but that was about it. I thought. Like, I really like a few of the Pokemon you can get in them games. I need to somehow get up there, but I still don't know how I'm supposed to get up there. Is it the leaves? Throw the leaves to make a leaf bridge? Could do, I don't know. Does down, we've already done them. Oh, does that up there? How the fuck did I miss that? Go straight to base. So potentially walk around there. Some enemies there. So I'll go there. Good Pokemon game. Unstarted regional forms. Hate the gym. Oh yeah, they didn't have actual gyms, didn't they? Weren't it just them weird dash trial things that they added? That no one really liked, to be fair. Oh fuck, I thought it was far away, but apparently not. Yay! Triumphant starters. Starters are always a good one to hunt. I know I'm just no shiny hunter, to be honest. Oh wait, I've just realised what I'm supposed to do now. So that's I can only get that through water. We don't have any blue. Mudkip or Trico? Trico. Because Trico is awesome, and everyone hates Trico for some reason. And I don't know why, because I love Trico. Go from there. That leads to there. That leads to there. We've done that, we've done that. The only thing I can think of is that. I'm gonna go there to see how it works out. I love Trico in general. Everyone always like hated on him, which always annoyed me. But it's my favourite starter in that gen. Oh yeah, Rubius. Yep. And he becomes his own Christmas tree. Oh, I've got these. Oops. How? I don't get how I'm supposed to get up here. There's got to be a way up there. Wait, I can't throw people up there. Hey, it's a way. I'm not sure if it's the way you're supposed to do it, but it's how I'm gonna do it. No, no. Oh, oh. Oops. you just got rolled off somewhere. Yeah, that'll be fine. Come here, everyone, come here. And then we run again, and everyone throws stuff at me. Oops. Oh fuck. Just stop. Just only throw the stone ones when I'm trying to do that. I think I just threw some in the water. Oops. Oh fuck. So we killed a few. Like, that one was a bit louder than the other ones, weren't it? With all these in. One. Can't put them all. What do we have most of now? Switch to this. There we go. Oh wait. Actually, they can kill them. Kill them first, maybe? Two left behind, that's better than none. Well, it's not better than none. It's better than it being a lot more. That one, words. So how are you liking the best Pikmin word? It's fun. I do like collecting other random shit. I don't like the fact there's 3 characters. I kind of prefer just playing as Olmar, to be honest. I know in the second one you play as the other guy as well. It's okay. But then again, I haven't got the other Pikmin yet, and I haven't. Right, I've only just got all 3 people, so I'm assuming stuff will happen soon. Don't know what that's supposed to be. Heroine's Tear. No clue. I think we've done most areas in that part now. Oh. And get Pikmin on the Wii and Wii U. Welcome in, worm. Ah, it's the worm. I have it on Wii U. I want to get the GameCube ones as well. Dapper Blob. Sure, that's Blackberry. Pikmin could mean Pokemon or, well, PKM could mean Pokemon. Pikmin or Pokemon. I'm an abbreviation. I am confused now. Oh, we can check for fruit location on the radar. Oh, that's better. Zest Bomb, which would be the lime. Yeah, we've already had lemon. How's your weekend going, worm? Oh yeah, she's always on about her food. Short while. 12 days of food is better than none. A good trying to grind you go. Just got over halfway done with all the cards on. That's good then. We need... words. I'm still after a few for the Joey deck. Thanks to the yellow Pikmin, we managed to defeat a Behemoth? Hotspot? I don't know. Word? And such to our surprise, we found our captain inside the beast. Which sounds wrong. I'm amazed that he was able to stay alive in the stomach of such a hideous monster. That's a true hero for you. I wanted to hug him, but the smell put me off a bit. Ezra, what are you doing? It's like, oh, you need all 50 cards and go purchase them from like 20 different packs and maybe you'll get... Yeah, the worst one for me was Ultimate Offering. Out of Yugi's Grandpa's packs that has 314 cards in total. It was the second to last card that I could find in the pack because they don't stop you from getting dupes or out. It's annoying. If it was ready for that Ghost Moth was you. You have a very similar face. But it was now trapped in the belly of a beast. The only face I thought I was... Right, now we've got Captain back, our next priority should be finding the cosmic key, drive key. And food, don't forget, Dodgy, she's completely focused on food and nothing else. What's the signal coming from over there? Could it be the person from... Oh, that could be Olimar. Wouldn't surprise me if a person had something that would emit a signal. Then it must be Captain Olimar. Let's track the signal to its source. So 11 out of 16. We're missing some. We missed a shit tons there. We'll go to the next area, see how it's like. Tropical Wilds. I'm assuming could get blue Pikmin here. J Pikmin I'd assume would get from a tropical place. It seems like it seems that the signal originated from this area. You know, this is the first place I landed on this planet. Plenty of time for nostalgia later. Let's track down that signal and don't pass up any fruit we see on the way. Let's... 25, 24, and 20. Perfect 69. We could go in the cave. Oh, fire. And they're dead. You can come with me. Nothing on the map for them. You already moved that. I can actually just do this. I forgot about this. Oh wait, no. Right, here we go. Oh, there's some big ones there. Can't really go into water, there's no point there. They should do remakes of Pikmin 1 and 2 on the Switch and have them in style of 3. They're really short. I love Pikmin. They need to do more. So there's fruit there that we could get, but we're not that, like, we're not really bad on fruit, I would say. Why some places have stars on them? Oh no, never mind. We'll just go here. We'll go back. I can't be asked to pick them all up. There's probably no point. No, I don't want to go grab the fruit because we don't necessarily need it at this point. There's a good for more 4 is coming out next year. I saw that 4's out next year. I'm actually looking forward to that. I wouldn't be surprised if they do a release for literally nothing's helping. Okay. If they do Pikmin 1 and 2 release on Switch before we get 4, or they'll do like a multi-pack maybe. No, fuck. There we go, that should do. Here we go. Red bug or crumb bug better be in for, or I'm rioting. I do love how this was the only. When I was looking up stuff about this game, I saw that this is the only one that doesn't have bread bug in. And I was like, it's typical. Yeah, pricks. Right, where are we going? What's up this way? Eat the old guy. What's he got? Oh, something up there. Like armor? I'm assuming it's armor. So that's just a quick way back. What's this way? Giant ass peach. What is that doing? Dirt looks really soft, soft enough to dig up. Okay, well I can dig that up, but I still don't know what's happening. Oh, I'll be back looking up how to hunt starters. Okie dokie, Breadbug, I shall see you shortly.
Oh, Pikmin.
But I just need to be where I already was. Ah. Where the fuck is this bridge? Here we go. Meant to delete, but press send. So what's this way? Oh, them. What's this? I've kind of lost where the Pikmin went. Where did they go? Over there. Oh wait, I know what I'm supposed to do now. There. Oh, one starts an extra save in front of a bag and reset. Oh, that's pretty easy then. I know some there's like a whole cutscene and shit that you've got to do. Oh, wait, okay. Oh, fuck, a Pikmin died. Yeah. Does... That's just there. I've got one of each Pikmin. This is gonna take some time. Ooh. Ooh. Yay, there we go. This isn't going too great. To be honest, they don't even bother us, so I could probably just leave that. These are the things that murder people. Attackers through the bridge. Oh, I'm not attacking the Pikmin copy. You throw them at enemies. Welcome in, Tom. How are you doing? I'm gonna have to pick up some of them bombers, I think, and break some of these walls down. This game Breadbug sound. Yep, it's the sound that Breadbug is from. Alright, 1 and 2. You pick up that one. There's a 20-second cooldown though on it, Tom. Alright, so we need not that, not that. We need that. Blow it up. Blow another one up. And blow it up last time. There we go. You're the only one that redeems that, Tom. Nine Pikmin will die. I'm assuming that's the 9 that's working on the bridge. How does this benefit us? Oh, it literally takes us right next to the base, pretty much. May as well focus on taking this down for now. She should finish that off. One. Wait, is there more? Have I missed any? Missing 2 is perfectly fine. No, I am missing some, but I don't know where from. Oh, there. I'll only miss 2, so it's not so bad. But how's your week going, Tom? Is that gonna fall? Yes. No. Oh, why did I throw? What? Oh, I've just killed a Pikmin. Oh no, no, we can jump onto bridges. Oh. Okay, so we can apparently jump. Left. What I'm going to be doing for another 8 hours? Oh God. It might not take 8 hours. You could be extremely lucky and get it instantly. Let's see what Pikmin we left behind. We left a rock and a yellow. It's not so bad that we didn't find food. We've still got shit tons spare. God, we've got shit tons left. Did my phone die? I think my phone died. How rude. Let me put it on charge in case. Oh. Sorry. Not trying to make massive loud bangs for you. Day 11. Six died in total today. This isn't that many. I did build a bridge. Went back to the site of my first crash landing. I didn't detect it before, but there's something. They're emitting a strong electronic signal. We're hoping it has something to do with that person who we think picked up our cosmic drive key. If three of us work as a team, I'm sure we'll be able to find it out. We'll be fine. Hello, Ezra. Hello. You wanting to come up and be nosy? 1 second. Let me keep that there. That there. Whoosh. Haha. Oh, I did it again, didn't I? Oh, I didn't. No. Yeah. Yeah, that one. Doo-dum. Expiration day 12. There's a giant Urza on the screen. 1 minute. I'll make her even bigger. Who's that? Who that? Oh, you like murdering my headphones, Urza? 1 second. Let me put them in. Such cute. Welcome in, Specs. How are you doing today? Rainbow Specs. There we go. Do-dum, 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 do-dum. Get blue now and flying next area. I thought I would get blue here because it's the tropical one, so it made sense to. Are you at work tonight, Specs? Ooh, who that? Who that? Giving everyone side eye. Let's. Oh no, never mind. Back to that. That lasted a whole like 2 seconds. Get some Urza treats out. Dum 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 dum. Whoosh. Oh, headphones. I'm not just playing Bloodborne. Ooh. Never played Bloodborne. Ah, it's mine now. Thanks for the treat, Scupper. Right, let's get back to the game. Ready? Oh, I think I just pressed land though. Pressed A, not focusing on what I was doing. But have you had any more shinies in your DAs yet, Specs? $20 and $20. Thunderous and Cedra today. Ooh. Oh wait, wrong one. I love Cedra. There's Cedra's purple as well. Where am I going? Was there? And that's a lemon. That bridge is done. Tealish purple. Ooh. It's good then. If it's slightly purple, it's good. So I've got to walk around there. So the quickest way there is to... Oh fuck no. Giant peach. Here. I think I'll only need to send her across with like 3. Shiny Cedar is one I hope to get one day. With your look at with shinies at the minute, Copper, it probably won't take you too long. Two. Eat him. Eat the old bastard. Where's the old bastard? There we go. I haven't even done this. Where's this lead to? I have like 8 horsey shinies from Girl with big size. I've got more shinies in a day than I have in a year. I remember when Legends Arceus came out, I was in Discord call in Materials with Fragadoo, Loso, I think, and some other people. And my first Riolu, is it Hall? Swarm, that one, Swarm, had 2 shiny Riolu in. And I think in that one online call that lasted a couple of hours, I ended up getting about 6 shinies, I think it was. So that's fine. Ha. How do I aim for that one? This is a nightmare to aim at. Oh, never mind. It worked. Everyone on in. Oh, there, that's good again. I'm not counting Arceus. Arceus is just an annoying game. Oh, wait. Come here. Then what, I need to eat Olimar over as well? Not Olimar. Never had a shiny in Arceus. Oh god, Arceus is like the one where everyone just gets given them 24/7. Like you look somewhere and it's just instant shiny. Oh, that's why we're having issues. Want to eat him over? DA's your friend. Like you get a few through DA's, don't you? Specs. I've never had a single one through DA's. And because Arceus is Shiny Simulator is not wrong. Oh, he's definitely not wrong. It's all they give you. Yep, there we go. Push that down. think this. I'm just unlocking shortcuts at the minute. I think that's it. This is new area. We don't want to go to new area yet. I suppose that's where I'm supposed to. Add 18. Oh, it didn't, Breadbug. Okay, I shall see you next stream, Breadbug. I hope your shiny hunting goes well and you get at least something. Wait, where am I missing now? See you later, Breadbug. No. Oh, I just lost 5. Did I just lose another? Stop. Don't doing pumpkins. There we go. This is what we need. That will... yeah. I'll evade that. She can. Head over here. This is where we need to go next. It's not where we need to go next, but it's probably the best place to go. Because... wrong one. She can take shit tons of them with her. Right, he can bomb, bomb. Where's the... I'm sure there should have been another bomb there. Ooh. Is that there? Right, now she can grab all these. 10, there we go. Don't think there's out around here that I need it now. Going too great. Oh fuck, yeah, shit tons down. Right. Can I even reach that? Can't. That was a waste. Oh. Oh, that would be the suit. I guess right by the way, I'm his friend. The kids for the weekend is watching the first Harry Potter movie. Oh, nice. Hopefully he enjoys it, because it's something chill he can at least do. Just has to be armor. Yep. Spacesuits. Seen this kind of item said before. Yep. Extra life, basically. Free on them, free on them. Oh, you would. Wait. Oh, never mind. I thought I had 7 left, but I didn't. No. The bastards! They're murdered. Oh fuck. Run away. And that Harry Potter movie said so. Abby, awesome. I hate Harry Potter. There's nothing up there. Straight to home base, that's good. Pluck everything. Hey JK, can eat shit and choke? Yeah. I think everyone generally has that opinion now of her. Right, so where's this lead to? Oh god. Where the fuck is this? Oh fuck.
大好き
Two-person job. She'll be right where she is. He can go. Where was it? I think it was this way. And through a wall? Yep, wall. Oh, that great, another one. Oh, that can just be. I can't be arsed with that. If it's just a fruit, I can save it there for a day we're doing a fruit run. Oh, I need to grab the charger. Sorry about the loud banging. There we go. I didn't realise that the Wii U joypad thing was dying. No, she's got 44. Eat all them away, all them away, and all them away. There's 6 left on the field. He has 3. The other ones are there. Oh no. Wait, no. No. That one, there we go. Already been that way. We don't have tons left of the day, but we can at least, like, just wander around a bit into the areas we haven't been and hope there's something there. Because we're gonna end up with like 20 seconds left soon. So sending her on her own as a sacrifice.
그럼 그냥 할래.
She can explore the area. I'm assuming, yeah, we're gonna get the blue ones around here, I'm thinking. But I'll probably call it on the next day. Oh, what's that? Oh, it's a flip phone.
조금더 가까운 립주.
This must be what's giving off the signal. And what a strong one.
배합주 브레이크.
Let's get to the Drake. Maybe Alf can work his magic again. Only threw one at it. Oh, I was gonna be a boss. Oh. Look, it's Wiggler. Yay, me and my one Pikmin. Ten seconds left. So best bet looks like red Pikmin, just throw on it. Well, red and yellow. Yellow you can throw further. Which is a bit easier, which should make it a lot easier for next stream, because then I at least know what I'm up against. But we will be back tomorrow as well with Splatoon and possibly Pokemon Unite. New fruit. So we've got a Dapper Blob again. That colour is just wrong. And a Pocketed Airhead. No clue what that's supposed to be. We've already had oranges, so I don't know why it's going to be... Well, what it was supposed to be, should I say. Yes. Oh. Actually gave us some decent stuff. I know it was the pumpkin, but I don't think we took that back. Worked hard today, and now's your time for our reward. Wait, no, that's not. No, that's not it. There we go. I know where we're going tonight. And she best not be ending soon. She potentially is, but I won't let her. I'll be awkward and make a stream. Because I'm very kind like that. Alright, day 12. We found the complex communications device that was emitting the signal. Unfortunately, an enormous creature appeared and swallowed it up. It seems the beasts on this planet will eat anything. The signal the device gives out is really strong, so it would be great if we could use it to boost the Drake's communication system, if we can just get it somehow. So, murder the worm. The Wiglet. The Wiglet needs to be put down. Operation Day 13, and that's where we're calling it. Attempt to put stuff on without killing everything. There we go. I'll put the raid messages in chat. Thanks again to Arkham Fan and Musical Mooga for the raids today. I will be back tomorrow. Wait. Oh. I pulled my headphones out. There we go. I will be back tomorrow, roughly the same time I started today, with Splatoon and possibly Unite. Depends how it goes. We will be raiding It's Chloe today, as it's been quite a while since I've been able to raid her. And she is shiny hunting, as she do be the shiny hunter. I'm not sure what she's hunting for. She's hunting on Route 1. But thank you all again for coming along, and I shall see you next time. Bye.